Alrighty, welcome back to M&A&D&D episode 90. The return to WatersDeep. Uh, Last we left our adventurers, they had managed to survive the Feywild and picked up a kind of an interested party member who also would like to stop the cultists as they continue to push along the Sword Coast. A very, very big new friend, Vamu. You guys had boarded Thom Petty and begun your trip back to Watersdeep, so that you guys can return to the council and inform them and of what you've all been up to in the time, as well as probably touch base with what's happening since you guys have been gone. We're gonna go ahead and just pick up back on the airship. Let me move maps.
Um, so at some point during the trip back to Watersdeep, um, Val is going to end up spending some time. It's not explicitly like immediately, but um, Val's going to spend some time to uh, kind of meditate and think back on what had just recently transpired. And for him, it's been what feels like forever. Um, and essentially, he's going to try and make think back to his time in the Astral Sea and his connection to that space, and then see where else his connections can kind of, or his senses can kind of reach out to. Um, and for a brief moment, you see, or you as the audience sees Val kind of disappear from this plane of existence. And essentially, he learns that he can partially travel to the ethereal plane for a very short time. But he's realizing that the boundaries and veils between the different planes aren't always as finite or as rigid as he had thought previously. And he begins to try and think on this and think on the time that he spent learning to manifest his echo and reach out into the various planes of existence with his senses. And essentially, that was that is my level up. Was I took a 7th level of Ranger and gained Ethereal Step. And then for the other part of what I wanted to do is Val's going to spend time to attune to the new weapon that had been provided to him from Dandelion, and kind of just pore over it, look at it, and spend a while kind of just figuring out what it is, and learn the name, the void and the abyss from it, and then what its properties are. And so after doing this, Val removes his bracers and then sheathes the sword on his back, and then at some point he'll go up and continue to help around on the deck, continue to help Arendor with whatever he needs, and just in general, he's not staying away from anyone. So at this point, those are the things that Val wanted to do in his private time, and so that's the end of my RP, like solo RPing that I wanted to get done.
What'd you say the name of the sword was?
The Abyss and the Void.
Okay.
There are two names.
Oh, because it's the two. Got it.
You guys continue to carry on, kind of chasing the sun as it sets over and over again west of the Sword Coast. This trip is going to take about like a week and a half. If anybody else wants to RP, just try to do it in a corner.
Ben, you want to go first? You want me to go first?
Go ahead.
Okay. I took some time to. I've been sitting on a series of scrolls, spell scrolls, that we've collected over our adventure. Some of them were level 2 spells that I can now learn. So I took some time in the next day or so to start copying those spell scrolls into my spell book, so that I can use them, and subsequently it destroys the spell scrolls. But those were all added to my spell book, and I had discounted removed all the materials used for that. And then there's a new spell that I learned as well that I would want to make sure everyone's aware of. So during some of our free time, I would want to gather everyone together to try out this spell. Can I get a volunteer, guys?
What is spell?
Sure, I'll do it.
Apparently, he does not care about risk.
Yeah. Well,
I've come back from a lot of shit. It'll be
sure. I mean, the worst that can happen is I sent him right back to where we just got him from. Like, it seems to be
Worst.
Did you not complain that brother walked through portal? You could not find him.
Yeah, I know, but at least he boomeranged back. So hopefully this spell should be a little bit more controlled for him or anyone else. So just all right. If you feel this sensation, just let it happen, and then I'm going to.
What does that mean?
I know. So I'm going to cast Vortex Warp on you. Ah, shit. I wanted to show the information. There you go.
I assume I get a choice to just let it happen. So
yeah.
I
So
don't
you
make
haven't.
the save.
So you can choose to succeed, or sorry, choose to fail. Or if it's someone who doesn't want to be teleported, they can roll a Constitution saving throw. But in this situation, I want you to know what it feels like, or anyone else to see what we're doing. And then, so you have like some runes kind of like spark around you all of a sudden, and then you can kind of feel the like air and everything. Just, it's a different sensation than I think that you've been going through, but not too different. And then you kind of been squeezed from one spot, and then I teleport you from where you're standing, and I teleport you to like the front of the ship, to like towards the bow on the floor. So I'm gonna move you myself, and you see everyone sees Val disappear from where he is and then instantly turn up over there.
So you see Val kind of like show up and like try to hide one of his arms and just like what the fuck?
Oh god.
And like grab at it like where his and misses.
Oh god, no!
Ah!
I detach my arm immediately, and I start bringing it over to you.
I found it. It just delayed reaction, delayed teleportation.
Oh fuck! I hope this goes
Yeah,
back on.
but you had a spare already, so like that, you know, that's pretty helpful.
I hate you. All right. Well, I think it works fine, other than his joke.
Enlighten.
I gotta go put this back on. But what it?
You have fun with that. Don't forget the
I'm
grease.
just gonna tuck my extra arm under my armpit for right now, just so I'm not awkwardly holding it, and then just be like, so the idea here is, I don't know if you knew this. I'm missing my arm, so I have a mechanical left arm. From like,
that was me.
yeah. Well,
I took it. Well, yeah.
Well, I'm explaining it like out of game. Like you can just like my hands always.
No,
Even in game, because
I thought he was explaining it in game, like, oh yeah, I took
was
it.
explaining it in game.
Well, no, we can get
Like,
back to that.
was
But
me.
like when you physically
that
see
was
my
Val
hand,
saying, yeah, I did that.
my hand has always been like looks like it's like a metal, like it looks like a metal glove, but it's actually mechanical. But yeah, so I lost it finding him finding us, him being evil. It's a complicated, you know what, like families and drama, you know, just let's leave it with that for right now. Also,
Evil
the order.
organizations with the
I
ability
do not
to
know about this.
shatter
We did talk about the
psyche
order.
and make you do
So the order
stuff.
took Val for a bit, and when we found Val back, he found us, he trapped a magic ring, and that ring ate away my hand. So, you know, great shit.
Yeah, the order teaches you some really gnarly stuff.
Anyways, so the point of the spell, I hate not being without a hand. The point of the spell is I can only usually teleport myself, maybe someone once. Now, if someone's in a bad situation, I can move you, if you're within 90 feet of me, to another 90 feet within me. So maximum of 180 feet. But I can maybe, if you're being surrounded or in a really tight situation, I can maybe get you out of that tight spot.
By removing my arm.
No. The arm part was not a part of it.
It shows up. It'll show up eventually.
You all should be intact.
It might be delayed depending on your size. So we don't know how long.
That's not true. You've already ported it with me once. All this
I'm
should
sorry.
go together.
Who is the expert here on traveling through dimensions and getting teleported and stuff right now?
I don't know if I trust you as being the expert when you get on Lost. But, you know, if we need to figure out, you know, how to get lost in the middle of wherever, we'll come to you. But
He will look to whoever who is to his right to go, are they always like this?
Val summons his
Just let
echo
it-
between
just-
the two of them directly to his right and just nods. So you see a spectral version of Val just nod.
Anchu is also there nodding.
If you do more than one damage or any damage to my echo, it just evaporates.
I think by definition his flick would do more than 1 point of damage.
Probably.
Um,
Kicked my cat out of existence. Is it?
Lowlanders.
We're not currently on land or low, so
No, I don't think that's a lowlander thing. I think it's a them thing.
Are they not from the lowlands?
we're actually from the city that's right there. And like points, because
what's
well, depending
left
on where
of
we
the
were,
player? Yeah.
Yeah, whatever's left of the room.
Wouldn't understand where the lowland is in the sword code.
He's from the high hills of the spine of the world, right? We addressed this already.
So all of us are lowland.
So everybody's
Correct.
a lowlander.
That's his accent.
Wow.
So he just calls everybody
the
lowlanders.
high horse knows. Wow.
Yes. Terry gets it.
Anyways, so
All right, is anybody else showing off any cool new tricks?
I go to the corner and try to get my arm back attached.
Shouldn't be that hard. You're attuned to it magic.
It's not on a 2-minute anymore, but yeah.
Iron Man.
You all trust King we are going to see.
No.
No.
Really, no.
There were too many things that happened so far that made us very, very not trusting.
We also we also found out that he's related to Narrowvein.
Yeah.
So he's obviously never told us the whole story on a few things. And generally people in power should only be taken with a grain of salt of trust.
If you had a question to ask him that he must answer honestly, what would this question be?
It's a lot of power for a question.
Now, mind you, Vemel is sitting on the floor, so everyone's almost eye height with him.
Is when we're asking this question, what are we trying to accomplish with it?
To get answer, clearly. Do you want to know his lineage? Do you want to know his goal? What is the question you would like to ask?
I mean, really, we're split in two paths right now, and both of them kind of go back to the king. One of them is, I don't know how to answer and properly wrap it into a question, but more, we need to figure out more about his relationship, like the true story behind him and Narrowvein, and were we just his hitman or not for that? That's would be one question if we want to follow that thread, or when we want to follow that thread in this hypothetical situation. Option the second thread that we would want to have answered, if we have a magical question that can always be answered and truthfully, would be what's preventing him, or how can we get him to admit wrongdoing with the metallic dragons, because it seems like an easy thing to do, but he's obviously hidden that as well. So both of these paths lead back to the king, and there's both of those questions need to be sussed out and figured out. And as of right now, I don't think they're related. I just think they all just happen to be with the same leader.
Is this question all wish to know answer to? Or are there other questions?
I mean, I can't say for certain.
You got cut out. We don't hear you anymore.
I said, I can't. I don't think there's ever only one question that I only want the answer to. So, but this is one of the more pressing ones for sure. We also want to know what deeds had been done in the past. Because there's clearly stuff that we...
Interesting. So Viva, since this is going to take a couple of days, I will change my spell list for one of the nights. And I will change to have the spell divination.
You
Now-
post that?
Sure.
Ooh.
But I figured this is a little bit more fun than commune.
Oh yeah, I was wondering what that
I
was.
do think you guys, because it was clear Ben or Vamo's going to be was asking you guys this. I would say you guys should probably try to word to define to agree upon what question is going to be asked, because there's a limit, right?
If
Yeah.
do you reveal this information to us that you're gonna try to use this spell and or ability to us?
Not directly, not yet.
Yeah, I don't
Okay, so
think
then
so.
we don't know the rules.
No, but
on
you
it.
give me what I was going to. So
Okay.
what he's going to ask from the Celestials is, what is the king's greatest regret?
Okay.
So that's why I was trying to ask everyone their questions. Like, I would love if Terry or M can answer it. I might refine the question, but right now with the brothers' commentary, that's the question I'm going to ask.
I'm doing a shorthand version to answer what Viva had put in, and then anyone else wants to fill in anything else
Okay.
or flavor it in, that's fine.
So so with divination, you ask your god.
Mhm.
You're asking him that question, and then I'm gonna.
You'll have to DM it to him.
You can respond. Yeah, you
Okay.
can. Since I have to wait for 7 days, we're going to meet with him.
This takes 7 days.
No, it has to occur within 7 days. We're going to meet him.
Okay.
So I'm asking a question about a meeting. So once we're within the 7 days of meeting him, give or take, I'm going to ask how will he react. Well, I'll phrase it once Terry and M respond. I'd like him to respond.
Just for my clarification, it actually doesn't matter how long between now and when you see the king when you ask them this question, because you're going to ask your god this question. This god is going to give you an answer, a truthful one.
Well, it says you ask a single question concerning a specific goal, event, or activity to occur within 7 days. So that's why I'm trying to play that fair.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I'm
Now I see.
going with
Now I
the
see.
letter. Like, I'm going with the letter of this spell rather than the feel of it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Now I see. Has to be within 7. Okay.
And I'm also not going to cast this every night. Like, I'm going to do this like once a session tops, I think.
You asked
Because
the
I
sa-
think it's an interesting spell, but you can also really abuse the hell out of it, and I'm not okay with that.
Oh.
I think then your guy gets pissed off.
Very nice.
And that,
So for after hearing what Leon what Val had to say about the question he wanted to ask, Valen contemplated, and he addressed to the comment and said that my question actually is familiar. It's close to what Val was trying to ask, but for my part, I will be more specific about whatever deeds that was done in the past. I want to know more about what was the actual background and the beginning, the origin of the beginning of the droughts, and exactly how or who was the real perpetrator for their I would say hunger for in search the power for the Spider Queen.
Okay.
Because throughout the trip, and especially the recent events, there are things that have transpired that fundamentally topple the original teaching and understanding I thought I had. I thought I was correct regarding to the relationship with the Dark Elves, the Droughts, and Spider. So now I'm really interested because I need to know to whom who actually started all this, and was it because the creature in this realm, being the Dark Elves, was trying to defy the gods and trying to reach and trying to gain whatever power they can find, or was there something even more nefarious behind this entire grand plan throughout the history? That's what I want to know.
M or Astrid?
I would say my question would be, who or what does he worship? You can claim to follow a god while following something completely different in your heart.
Who are you talking about?
The king,
Okay.
right? That's the questions we're directing.
Yeah.
That's who we're directing the
Well,
questions to.
it could have been interpreted a couple different ways. That's why I wanted to clarify.
Vamo
Okay.
will listen. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I apologize.
No, that was it.
That was a very good one. So Vamo will nod, listening to everyone, and then he kind of slowly gets up, and he'll walk to the prow of the ship, and he'll close his eyes, and he takes out a small ornate dagger, worth about 25 gold points, according to the spell. And whispering a soft prayer to see the guidance and purity of the world, he'll break it and throw it overboard. I will cast divination. I will message you the question via, and then you can enjoy the chaos that comes after that.
Ooh.
My last thing's more just for the group. We can talk about. I would say we'll have this next conversation about the last thing I put in like another time, just when everyone's gathered together.
That's a big thing. That's whoa. Thank you, Alex, for dropping that one after I asked the goddamn question.
You were directing them about the
Can you
king and
repeat
stuff.
it again?
No, it's fine. I'm not actually unhappy. It's just hilarious. I think I'm also making Viva think, so I appreciate.
Well,
this.
you put the thing about you were asking about specific things about the king and stuff in there. This is unrelated. And
I know.
And you haven't related the fact that you're playing divination to us, so I'm not gonna jump ahead.
No, it's fine. He's
to maximize your thing.
Oh no, I love it. Remember, he only has charisma 10. I have to play that up sometimes.
No, it's fine. I would say unless Astrid
I mean, I think it's going to
Valen.
become really obvious what he's doing when the spell goes off. I have this feeling.
I was just gonna say, I think unless Astrid and Valen have something to talk about or they wanted to show off right now, which I will not jump ahead of, I would say we could do this another day and then we could talk about the last thing I put in the chat on the next time. Like closer to getting to WatersDeep, we could generally plan as a group order of operations on what we're trying to, where we're going, who we're going to go see, that kind of stuff. And that will be one of the things we'll bring up. I'll shut up now, so that if you guys want to hop in with any RPing you want to do.
I think two things from Astrid's side. At some point on this journey, I think Astrid would find Val and apologize for the rough assault.
All right, let's have that conversation, bud.
Okay, bud. Val, do you have a minute?
Sure. What's up?
I wanted to apologize for my violent rush to action when it came to what happened in Dandelion's castle.
I was kind of caught off guard to start, and then out of character. You mentioned that you used your divine sense.
Yes.
Okay. Uh, um, yeah, I was caught off guard to start. I would have thought that by now we would have had a bit more trust between our party, but I understand following your senses. So I don't hold any ill will. And I did try to get away, but you're a bit too good at what you do for me to slip out of there without resorting to other measures. I would appreciate if you placed a little bit more faith in me. I understand why that might be hard, but asking beforehand might have gotten us to a resolution than action. But it all worked out.
That's true. But I think it was a worrisome change in not your demeanor, but the presence when you had that spider. So just because we have been as a party together for a while, an abrupt change in that air alarmed me, especially with the commotion that was happening.
That makes yeah. Don't pay it any more mind than you need to. You said your piece. Hold no ill will.
I appreciate that.
Of course. How was your time in the Fae? It must have been surprising to see your old group again. They, as you said, they are quite miraculous at finding those strange places in need.
They are. They always tend to show up at the most odd but most convenient times, for sure. I hope they didn't make too much fun of you.
The banter was fun. We got to have some fun sharing stories with them and them sharing some stories.
I can't imagine. They have lots to tell.
Indeed, they do. Surprising that they're all so many plane travelers in such a religious group. But
Evil's everywhere. It doesn't discriminate when it comes to different planes.
that is true.
They are given a very distinct task from Tyr, and it was to find and root out evil and bring justice. And that's what they do.
Is that what brought you to Tyr?
My journey to him was a little more indirect.
That's
I'd say
ominous.
he found me before I found him.
Seeing as how his followers find people in strange places, they did for the two of us. I would only assume they're deep. Also, that's a characteristic.
Yep. He's an interesting one, that's for sure.
Well, I'm not much of a religious person myself. However, I do know to pay respects where needed to understand that this world is bigger than just us.
Very much so. If you would like, I can take you to Tyr's temple when we get to WatersDeep. And you can thank him there.
I'll pay my respects in probably the rudimentary ways, but the ways that I know how. I'm not entirely sure that if I walk into one of the holy spaces, that I may not from time to time. So, I may accompany you to the temple as I did, I believe, in Luskin, but we'll see if I actually enter.
I haven't caught on fire yet, so you'll be fine. And I'll just walk away.
Is Skull around?
Skull nips at your finger and then leaves.
I give Skull some scritches.
Oh, that probably hasn't been established either.
Been waiting.
So theoretically, I guess she probably would have summoned him once. I don't know if you'd like to help me with that. You always have the best descriptions when it comes to summoning Skull.
Where's your location currently?
I'd probably summon him. I'd probably summon him the first night, because yeah.
So that first night you had, as you guys had, you're back on Thumpetty. You're kind of on solid ground, and for the first time in a while, you guys feel like you're at home. You've spent so much time on the ship, so you're below deck, where Valen is cooking up a meal for everybody, and you kind of get this longing that you experience from time to time when you miss Skull, and so you kind of look at the wood burning stove in which Valen works, making the meal for that evening, and as the food starts to cook and you see like bits of the wood kind of just like spark off and travel into the air and dissipate, it creates this ashy, twines of smoke, and they kind of filter around, and as like the more you're longing for your friend to sits inside you, the more these veins of smoke start to filter onto the ground, and still they start to like spin and intertwine and tangle amongst themselves. Valen, familiar with what's happening, just kind of continues to work and continue cooking next to it. But this these tendrils of smoke start to coalesce into this giant figure, and then you see those giant paws start to like step towards you as they kind of pad their way out from the kitchen, and then they come up to your side and put this nuzzle like right underneath your arm and sits next to you as you continue to eat.
I'll just kind of lean up against him, and give him a scratch on the chin, and just be like, "Sorry, we missed you. I figured you wouldn't like the Fae too much, so I tried to keep you away."
And it just nuzzles underneath your chin with its ashy, you know, nose.
And if Vommel is there, what he sees is a shadow beast from the Shadowfell step out of the fireplace.
So just this
Direwolf.
a giant direwolf shape. Yeah.
Direwolf.
Ooh, we have art.
We do have art.
Ben.
So yeah, what Vamel sees is, and immediately, well, let me get a perception check from you, Vamel. Do you always roll with advantage?
Yep.
Okay, so the way this went down, and just like the comfort of the room, you immediately are aware that this is just yet another member of this family that you've yet to meet, and you're almost pleasantly surprised that it's like a decent sized dog to you, because it is a dire wolf, normally enormous, but for you it's
Not a chihuahua.
for you it's a normal sized dog.
Oh. Well, as long as I don't feel any, evil things to it. Actually, it's a good time to have a discussion when they're having food. So what is the on the menu tonight?
Balin?
You're talking about the food?
Yes, I'm talking.
Well, actually, before we left the Fae, I was able to gather the mushroom stuff. So, and I was the chefs at the Princess Palace was generous enough to share some of the boar meat with us. So I
More live
basically
pigs in a
for
blanket?
no so I noticed we also have some beef left on the dock, well, in the storage. So basically what I did was I roast the boar by stuffing it into the beef and then slow roast it to let the beef's fat get completely absorbed by the boar. And then after after 2 hours of roasting, I take the boar out of the beef and then just basically chart it to let the skin get crispy. And then I douse a little bit honey water over it and then just scorch it again to make it extra crispy. And with the mushroom, basically just butter, a little bit whatever leftover wine that was available on the boat, because I know it's been a long journey, and then we've all really, really tired, both physically and mentally. So I want to do something special for the entire group, along with the crew of the airship, so everybody can get some Basically, can relax a little bit before we reach Waterdeep because for some reason I had a feeling once we get to Waterdeep, we ain't gonna have the time nor the leisure to do sightseeing like we did last time. So bon appetit.
He is impressed. Also, very good description. As Vamul takes very carefully takes a small bowl offered to him. Just like, he more treats it more like a soup, just due to size issues. Just
Just
to
a
do
shot
a step,
glass of soup.
kind of, yeah, it's an amuse-bouche really for him. As we kind of jumped ahead, when he went to the bow of the ship and he broke the dagger, for a moment, you very clearly was listening to something. All of the tattoos that were draconic script along his skin started glowing that metallic blue color, like the light silvery blue. And he kind of remained quiet after that. But he clearly heard what Liam said about if they should hide something, but he wasn't sure. But he just was quiet up until they had their next meal. And as they sit down kind of as a family, and he's scritching this dagger with one finger as if it's a puppy, compared to him. There's just, I will try to roleplay this out as best I can. There's a gravitas to what he's saying. King is not puppet, but is empowered by those with faith. If he is what you say he is, perhaps it is those who are part of the cult we hunt who empower him. That is why the guilt of what he did perhaps does not make him do what is right, for he did so in the end willingly, or it is acceptable. Cannot judge if he is good or bad, but do know those who have faith are the power behind the throne. And he goes back to eating.
Interesting. Okay.
So the king might
I'm
be
sorry.
allied with the
Was the cultist?
the Tiamat cultist, yeah.
Are you? That just came out of nowhere. We were all just eating, having a normal
No,
meal.
he
and
was saying he had said some of this jumped around because we went back to introduce school.
So then he time skipped at some point. So he
Back
asked his
to
question,
his
and then
meditation.
came back,
Yeah.
and then was just like, we're eating all of a sudden, and also Ben, I love them. They're great.
I know, the point of it is that he confuses the crap out of Val.
Yeah.
That's actually the point nowadays.
Yeah.
The point of pleasure for me.
That was just like,
So, all right. So the
are you talking about the king? Are you going back to that conversation that we had like the other day?
Yes.
I'm
Sometimes.
sorry,
Not
my
that.
brother's
think-
allergic to
Confusion.
confusion.
Confusion makes him allergic.
Yeah, whenever he gets really confused, he just has these sneezing fits.
Mm-hmm.
Why would? I mean, the king is one of the people that have been sending us out to go chase down the Tiamat cultists. It's surprising that he would have been. He is currently in league with them. But it does make sense that he is trying to cover up mistakes or past relationships like Narrowvein without having to admit it.
could be wrong. Again, I'll know what I have been told is that behind the king is those who have true belief in something more powerful.
Belief in something more powerful,
More
like
than they are.
align with us or align with something evil.
Just that is more powerful. Belief wills into the world all manner of power, and without it there is none. Just as I have said,
Sure,
faith defines the world.
I get that, but knowing if those that they're faithful to are what's the right way to phrase this? Evil at heart or good at heart. Have the most things try to end up in balance, but still, there's a lot of evil things out there that are a lot more powerful than us, and I don't want to go toil with them. I just don't want to go. But it's good to know if those behind the king who have faith are still trying to do the right thing. Does that make sense?
Cannot answer. It makes sense, but I do not know the answer to your question. The gods only give what they will give, and then it is up to us to find the rest.
All right. Anyone else have any ideas what to do with this information?
Somebody in power who is gaining power or is not a puppet of others. You don't just gain power from faith of others without being a being that does more than what a normal person. I don't think what we're dealing with is just somebody of royal blood sitting on the throne if they gain power by having faith of others.
You said that he had done a great ill in the past. What would he have had to gain for that? Could it have been sacrifice? Could it have been requirement? These are questions I cannot answer. I do not know this king.
The details of the what he had done wrong also weren't shared with us either. Up until this point, probably is trying to give the king the benefit of the doubt. The king also doesn't know about metallic dragons. A dragon's a dragon. We just assume it's evil, right? Assuming
Negative.
Huh?
That's negative. You were introduced to the metallic dragons by the council.
By one person in the council, but if we didn't know that the king would know that either.
The person. Okay. Well. All right.
We're getting a hint here.
I thought it was understood that nobody that was on the council hadn't been vetted through the king. But it works either way, however you want to play it.
From my memory, and this can be completely wrong because I didn't take notes. I don't quite remember what happened in that episode. And Val, this is not from Val's standpoint because Val was not present with the metallic dragons.
You were a big blue dragon at the time, dragonborn at the time. Yeah,
blue dragonborn at the time. Did was the conversation not that in one of the wars from ages past, Malandrock used some kind of weapon against the dragons and then stole or gained power to take the seat of the Sword Coast? Was that, or is that me misremembering information? Because I don't have the
believe
notes
that's
from it.
misremembering information.
I don't remember
And-
that much detail about it. I remember he had done. What I remember what was said was that he had done something against the metallic dragons, and you can interpret that one of two ways, which is he had, to some degree, knowingly done something against metallic dragons that he needs to own up to, or he had done something unknowingly to metallic dragons, not knowing that metallic dragons were any different than regular dragons.
Yes, what you're
chromatic
bringing up. What you're bringing up is one of the dragons requested specifically that Narrowbane pay some kind of.
not Narrowbane, the king. I thought.
I mean, yeah, not Narrowbane, but
Yeah.
the king pay some kind of restitution for.
Right. So restitution could be from negligence too, or just like he made a mistake, but he just never admitted to it. Restitution means like someone did.
But yes, he is aware of the metallic dragons.
Okay. Well, he might be aware of them now. Regardless, my statement still stands. I feel like we don't know the back history of what was done wrong, and what his intentions were going into that action or anything like that, right? Like we weren't given the whole backstory, right? So it could have been an accident, it could have been whatever, but regardless, the king still owes restitution and admittance of wrongdoing, which he hasn't given. And if that's true, then why is he hiding it? And that's always been more the leading question for me, and I think everyone else. Then
Well, whatever he had done, we can probably assume it's related to the power balance between the dragons and the people of Sword Coast, right? Otherwise, the metallic dragon wouldn't. Everything that metallic dragon has asked us has something to do with returning the balance, or basically restoring the balance of the power of the dragon and the natures to the Sword Coast, right? So we can probably assume whatever the king has done before, no matter how long ago was that has something with tipping the power balance between dragon people of the Sword Coast, or maybe specifically associated to the Dark Elves. So it's a thought.
again, we're not sure that the Dark Elves piece is 100% ingrained with this part, but like they could be. It's just two pieces that all kind of meet with the same person, so they could just be separate threads.
To sum it up, he's sus,
Yeah.
and we need to know why.
Just shoot him out the airlock. Fuck it.
Yeah, seriously. Just check him out the airlock. Be done with it.
King is sus. I saw him not doing his tasks.
No
Okay.
ticket. Kick. Moving forward.
Thom Petty over the next several days continues westward, and after many days aboard it, you start to see the outline of this ocean coast. As you guys begin to finally descend.
All right, I got
Below you is this.
What's it gonna?
Okay, I'll stop there.
Before we get to the city, do we have anything? I have a new spell that I had that I got from a scroll. It's let me get the full name. I say this now. Nestle's Magic Aura, but I can make a magic item appear non-magical or detect as a different kind of magical essence, or a non-magical item to appear magical. It's a really niche thing, but it can be a permanent effect if I do it for 30 days straight. Is there anything on the ship that we would want to do this to? Can anyone think of it? And if you can't think of it now,
Sure.
that's fine. But I want to put it out there because I can't always think of what someone might want to do this to. But if it's going to be a permanent effect, we need to do I want to do it for 30 days. So starting on it as soon as possible.
The ship appear
Can you
magical
repeat it
normally?
again?
Yeah,
The ship flies, so the ship is absolute.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a normal ship, so I don't like making it appear non-magical. Would seem probably more weird than not weird. I have a ability or a new magical spell that can mask or give a false reading for anyone that's trying to use divination to find magical items or detect or find magical stuff. So if you have a magic sword, I can make it appear as it's not magical. Or if you have I can make a fiend to appear as a fae or humanoid or whatever, right? I can make those things happen. Okay, so there's like a couple of ways that you can do these flavorings of like how the detection or what it would like. So whenever my brother or myself try to use detect magic, we get an aura of something because it's magical, and then that aura has like characteristics if it's an illusion spell or if it's a divination spell or if it's a fill in the blank, right? So like all those kind of things, I can either make it so it appears like no spell, like there's no spell on it, or that there's the type of magic, the school of magic is different. So if
That would
anyone
work on magical items.
yeah, it'll work on a magical item.
Thing that I can kind of think of is masking the mask, to not give off a magic signature.
Right. So we could do that. I think we can make it so this would prevent it from being detected altogether.
Because while we're working to try and protect it and keep this out of the reach of Cult of the Dragon, it is still a powerful magical artifact that can, if you know of it, you can probably find it. That's how we're searching for, or attempting to search for the other masks, the Drakenhorn.
Okay.
We're searching for more items now as well. You all need a list.
So, part of the issue is the Cult of the Dragon is attempting to collect these masks, and Val shows the Black Dragon mask. To our knowledge, there are 5, one for each of the chromatic dragon types. And we've run into 2 of the generals, or have known of 2 of the generals of the cult who carry these. One, clearly we've taken care of, and one has gotten away from us. Which
The
is
white
one of the
dragon
people
mask
that
is
we
missing, and we know of, like it's in the word of like it's missing. Like they don't know. Well, maybe the cultists don't even know where it is.
Then the other thing that we're looking for is the Drakenhorn. To our understanding, it is a magical artifact that is, when sounded, what is it? It is a beacon for dragonkind and is a omen of an ill omen. It can be heard across the world, and it would have sounded. Oh, and then Val gets very confused because then he's trying to think back in time, but he spent so long in the Astral Sea, he actually doesn't know how long it's been in the material plane compared to when he was in both the Fae and Astral Sea. He was like, it would have been some time ago.
Yeah. Well, when everything goes eerily like silent, and then there's a loud boom, that's been the Drakenhorn, and you've probably heard it wherever you've been, in the last month or so.
My understanding is that would have been a world like that was an event that the entire world encountered. So like, assuming Vomel had been on the material plane at the time, he would have likely
Yep,
experienced it.
100%.
So we were in search of that because the cult had it and then moved it. They actually had it up in the sea of moving ice up above the spine of the world. We had chased them there, and they apparently had moved it before we got there. And we only found out after we had slain the white dragon, Rorthorp
Okay. So, based on
in Ugachaka.
based on
Ugachaka.
based on what we've just based on this, I think the best thing we could do is at least start casting the magical aura on your mask. It will last for 24 hours, and I'll cast it once a day. Okay. And then if we can get it for 30 days straight, it will become a permanent thing. So that will make whenever anyone were to try to detect magic on you, at least the mask would appear not magical. If they see it and they know what they're looking for, obviously they'll physically be able to see it. But at least on your person, they won't be able to detect that you have the mask on you. They might be able to use a locate item spell to find the general area and get it close to you, but they won't be able to just be like, detect magic, there it is, kind of thing. So I think it might mask it. It might help, might not. But so let's just say for the last few days we'll start doing that on the plane, or on the plane, the ship.
I have one question before you do that. So if you do this for 30 days, it masks it like for forever.
Until this gets
Ish.
dispelled.
Okay. So I guess my question is, what happens if we somehow lose the mask and need to find it again? Or like, does that...
It's not preventing the mask from being found from like a locate object. It's just making it preventing it from being detected from like a detect magic. So like a locate object could get you close if you're already looking for it within a short period, but like within a short range, and then you can kind of get to a thing, but you wouldn't be able to detect that item as magical on someone's person. We also don't have to use it. I mean, we can make... I was just trying to think of if I want to put it out there just in case anyone has any options to... They think that they would want to, again, mask a magic item or make something appear magical, like if that becomes a thing too.
Are there often those who are chasing after you for these things? If so, make decoy.
I don't think anybody has the ability to get decoy of this type of artifact.
We could make one physically look like it, and then...
Physicality notwithstanding, I'm talking about the magical properties of this thing. Try and decoy that.
Magic aura would make it appear like that to anyone who tries to magically read it. Until they try to use it, they won't find out that it doesn't do anything.
So then, wouldn't we want to first mask this one so it can't be found, then mask the decoy so that they're both permanently... So one never shows up, and then one always shows up. But the one that always shows up is always the...
Or just,
Actually,
24 hours before we try to use the decoy, we can always have one ready.
Sure. I think
right now, let's start on masking that one, and then if
Sure.
if it comes up with something in the future, we could try the I just wanted to, it's something,
But-
it's a very niche thing that I have that I didn't want to just not tell everybody about, in case someone has like a really weird situation where they're like, "This, I wish I could hide this," and then I was the one that had the way to hide something. Does that make sense? So I wanted the group
Sure.
to know that I have this ability to do it, but I would have to prepare the spell. I can't do this one as a ritual cast.
Okay. Touching back, Astrid, I just to touch on what you brought up. I'm not really sure we like. Does anyone here have the capability of finding this item if we lost it anyways, even if we don't mask it? Like, is that a capability that we have already? Because if we have that capability, then that's something that we need to know and we should be trying to use. But if we don't even have that capability anyway, then I don't think masking this one from being seen or found so easily would not be beneficial to us.
Vamil, do you have the ability to prepare a locate object?
I'm checking my spell list. Hold on.
I think it's.
I think I do actually.
Yeah,
that make
because
sense?
I think it's on the cleric's one.
Looking
Makes
here.
sense. Like, we don't want to make it to the point that even us can find it ourselves.
No, it's
Be amazing.
what could go wrong? Again,
Fuck, we lost it.
It doesn't make it so you can't. The phrasing on this.
No, I know what you're saying. You're just trying to not make it being a shining fucking beacon.
Yeah, like again, the tech magic is like one of the key things that this prevents from doing. So like, if someone's like doing a sweep of the room, and that's what I was saying, like on the ship in particular. So if we wanted to make like hide something on the ship and you make it look non-magical, they would go through the ship looking for something, and then normally you cast detect magic and look for anything magical like we do, right? And then now it's non-magical. It's a good way to hide traps. It's a good way to hide other like magical traps and stuff like that. And then there's some other ones like divine sense and stuff like it can fuck with too. So it has a lot of interesting properties, but it's very, very niche. That I don't think I'm gonna have the chances of that I have the one opportunity to use it are very, very slim. So I needed to expand my horizons.
Yep. Let's.
All right. While everyone thinks about that, while we're also on our way, let's talk about our to-do list while we're in WatersDeep and prioritize those. Priority 1.
I do have locate object as a side note.
Awesome. So we do have that as an option if we ever needed it.
And find person for next time Val is lost. Can track him.
Okay, so we need priority 1. We all agree, council?
Yes, we need to go speak to the council. Although I would say I would rather report to Ramilla before I report to the council.
Okay, so priority 1, we say Ramilla.
Is everybody else okay
I'm gonna
with
write
that?
these.
I don't
things
think
down.
we're going to be able to sneak past the council, but we can certainly try.
Does
Ramilla is normally
is the
the
Harper's
one to
outside
greet us
of
before anyone else.
the castle grounds?
I mean, there are places, yeah.
You know 100% that the Harpers are other places. Right? There was a. And Ashton would know 100% in different places, safe rooms and stuff, in
Yeah.
order to contact them without.
I'm gonna ask one dumb question before we move on to number 2.
I doubt it.
Just 2 dumb questions before we move on to number 2.
They're more likely.
How confident are you guys that we can trust Ramilla beyond everyone
Trust
else?
her more than I trust everybody else on the council.
She was the one that actually took a metal dragon.
No. She was not. That was Ella.
She introduced us to Elia.
Elia was the metallic dragon.
Right.
Ramilla introduced you to her.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Sorry, I was.
That's all right.
Okay, so we trust across the board the most. Okay. Meet with REM. Okay, follow it. All right. Priority number 2. Then meet with the council based on. We're gonna turn this into an if else conversation. If good, go to council. If bad, go somewhere else.
Choose.
More than likely.
Depends on how straightforward the king's gonna be. I mean, the king's gonna come across.
We're
I
just
mean,
gonna rank these in
Likely
priorities.
he's never going to come across truthful. He's going to... It's a king. He's going to play his cards close to his chest. Put information out of our hands as much as possible.
All right, I'm just gonna say priority number 2. We meet with the council, one way or another, and we'll leave it at that. If we need to scratch that as priority number 2, we'll do that. We'll do that later. Priority number 3. I need to pick up some things while we're in the city. Do we want to do that before or after we look for the... we need to search for the dwarf that has that the metallic dragons also asked us for while we're also in WatersDeep. We have no way to find that dwarf without asking around.
What is the name of the dwarf?
Well,
We were never given the name, were we?
I'm assuming if you know any information about the dwarf, Harper's would probably be the people to ask about that. So Ramilla would probably be a good spot to start.
So she's already number 1 on that, so we can get some
So we can get more information from her.
Okay.
What other things were you requested to do from the metallic dragons that are likely here in water?
Those are the only 2 that I can think of that were in WatersDeep.
Deeper.
Singular.
Water deep. Thanks. I'm pretty sure I have it both ways in my notes.
I thought it's WatersDeep.
It's
It
singular.
is water deep from the Forgotten Realms wiki is according to the
Okay.
Forgotten Realms wiki is water deep.
I
I have it both ways.
Yeah, I have it both ways. Depends on what side you
I'm
grew up
probably
on.
thinking like Helm's Deep in my head, and that's probably
south side
just-
versus north side. What part of the city you from?
Oh, I'm from WatersDeep. Oh, get out of here, you fucking Southie.
Smuck.
You fucking Southie, get out of here.
This ain't Boston. Come on.
It's WatersDeep.
WatersDeep. The water's deep, so it's WatersDeep.
Yeah, the WatersDeep.
You look over at the coast, the water's deep.
It gets deeper as you go out. Why do you get mean?
Y'all need Jesus.
What the?
He's not in this game.
Oh no!
All right, so as you guys ship starts to descend, you see the familiar shapes of WatersDeep, and you circle along to that familiar western coast of the city where the cliff edge raises high above the water, and there's other airships that that are docked there.
Take break.
Your captain swings it around and places you on the safely on the edge as you guys begin to board or dock. You guys
Plane.
Deep plane.
All right.
deplane.
We have to go to
Yes.
luggage.
Ashford, as you disembark Tom Petty, you look up to a very familiar hill to see a very familiar shrine. It is more crowded than you've been used to in your times visiting it.
Can I roll like a perception to see if there's like a reason there are a bunch of people around?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. What in the world? Do you see this? Tell me if this rolls perception.
Yeah.
17,
You got
20. Oh my god, this can't be working. You rolled high.
Seems fake.
Yeah. Oh, I don't trust it. As you look up, you see these figures surrounding the shrine, all adorned in cloaks. And immediately you notice that all their attention is drawn to you.
Uh, okay. Like aggressive attention? Is that a real question?
I'm gonna need you to roll again. A perception check.
But it's a bunch of people.
Would be like an insight or something. I don't know.
The manner in which they position themselves around this familiar shrine of Tyr. One that you broke bread at, one that you've sat and eaten at. You don't get the sense that they mean you any harm.
Okay. Well, I'll turn to the rest of the group. I think my priority one just changed.
Is everything okay?
I'm not
What
sure.
do you mean?
And I'll point up towards the temple, and I say, "There's something happening. I need to go see what's going on."
Well, until we all go see Ramilla, we probably should all. And you're the one taking us to where we probably meet her. I guess we'll all go with you there.
Viva, would there be a Harper representative? I'm sure there's somebody that's Harper on the dock. Well, not sure.
Yeah, there would be. So I would need you to do an investigation.
Oh, these are my favorite.
Okay, immediately you spot one individual that you know is a member of the Harpers who runs the airship docks.
I'll kind of just subtly get his attention or their attention. I don't want to.
Yeah, you assumed it was a female. How dare you?
I know, it's the worst. I will get their attention. And I'll just say to the rest of the group, if you would like to go find Ramilla, they can lead you there. If you still feel that that's your biggest priority.
This young dockhand, she looks at the group and says, "Yeah, I can lead you. Just follow me." And she takes a couple steps to see who's following. Who's following?
Do we want to split up now, or
Just say who's following. Raise your hand if you're following, and
I'm following Astrid. So she's going, I follow her.
She's going with the cloak people.
If she's
She's not
paladin is
going
going
with.
somewhere.
She's not going with the person who's going to lead you to Ramilla.
But I understand that was our. I'm giving you this option because I understand that was
It's fine. We can
our
hold off.
primary goal.
We can.
Yeah.
And depending on what happens at the temple, our ability to go into the city. Oh, bye, Terry. Go into the city unnoticed by the council's eyes might change. So if you'd like to speak to Ramilla before the council has knowledge that you're here, it's probably.
I don't think we're ever going to enter the city on the airship without being that we're here.
Agreed.
It wasn't. I don't think our thing was to try and get in here stealthily. I think we were just going to go speak to Ramilla first for the council. If we need to go take care of business here first and then go speak to Ramilla, as long as we speak to Ramilla before we speak to the council, I think that is fine.
I'm just gonna pull the dockhand Harper aside and be like, if you can get word to meet us, to have Ramilla meet us. And I look to Astrid. Which location would you want her to meet us at? And now I'm gonna putting it on you guys.
Yeah.
Why don't you have her meet us on Thom Petty?
Oh, I was gonna have her meet us at a Harper safe house.
Yeah.
Choice.
Okay, we'll just do that. I'm sure there's some.
There's certainly
for the safe house.
ones north that are close, and
Yeah, I think I would say the one that I have my cot in, and my little room, where I keep some stuff. I would say we could meet at that safe house because I would say that one's probably
the dockhand
relatively close.
shakes her head. Gotcha. And she runs through the busy street as you turn your attention up towards the Temple of Tyr. That is now kind of swarmed with these hooded figures.
Okay. Oh no.
Is this a hang back situation? Is this?
I have no idea. I'm just gonna start heading that way. You guys can go. You guys can come, like, hang back. I have no idea. But I'm gonna head in that direction. This is
I'll follow along.
new to me as well.
Would you want one of us to go invisible for anything? Check scout ahead? I don't want to do anything wrong in a temple, but
I mean, they're not technically in the temple.
I understand. But temple grounds, temple. We can still scout out the temple. We can scout out who they are. Or do you want to just?
It's whatever you're most comfortable. I'm going to just walk up.
Val, do you want to?
I'm gonna walk up there.
Okay, guess we'll walk.
You're immediately greeted by one of the hooded figures as she pulls back her hood. We were all hoping that we could have a chance to talk before you entered the chambers of the High Council.
Do we recognize this person in front of us? Who pulled back the
Immediately you
hood?
recognize. You don't, but Liam, Astrid, Valen do. as they recognize the human figures of the metallic dragons.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to assume that Vamol is not surprised by any of this.
Vamo,
Vamol.
if you would do us just this one favor, come here.
Oh, I thought you were out of character. I apologize. He would not snap back then. He would follow, of course.
You walk up to this group of hooded figures as they kind of start to surround you. Please kneel.
He kneels.
They rest their hands on your shoulders. And they take a moment of silence.
He will do the same.
You feel a new sense of clarity and calm come across you. You feel this warmth glow throughout your entire being. And it brings you very close to tears as just this burning sensation comes from like your center out. And as you open your eyes, you look around and you see these smiling figures. No longer are they like draped with the hood above, shadowing them, but it's this very, welcoming faces of these humanoids, and they shimmer, and you see something else. You see something more than these human figures. They start to transform into these beautiful colors and that shine bright off as the sun starts to set over the coast. These coppers, these golds, bronzes, it's silvers, and it's overwhelming to you. And you just feel the warmth as they stand around you.
Thank you.
We're so glad they found a brother in you. And that's where we'll pause for right now. We'll take a break.
This is exciting.
Aw, shit.
Oh shit.
Oh, shit. All right. BRB, guys.
Burp.
Burp. Burp.
Burp.
We're all good.
Yep. All right. All right. Well, welcome back. Last we left off, Vamel had been surrounded by these cloaked figures as he felt the warmth of Tiamat kind of surge through him.
Warmth of Tiamat?
Not Tiamat, sorry, Bahamut.
Scared me there.
Yeah. Mouth ajar. He felt the warmth of Bahamut surge from throat to rectum.
I was serious up until that last line.
Yeah, I don't know why you had to correct me. You just had to make me talk longer.
Be kind of awkward otherwise. Thank you all. It has been a long time.
It has been a long time since we've been on this material plane in which we had believers. And even longer since we've had such as devout as you. We owe you, as you've opened this realm to us again.
Beauty before death.
Indeed.
He kind of like, it's very clear he doesn't take compliments very well. As he clears his throat. I have seemed to have found your other champions on my travels. As he looks back at his companions. They have returned to finish the first quest given to deal with the king.
Well, they certainly are needed in what lays ahead, but understood. We all remain on shaky grounds as they eyeball Valen.
Sometimes we need direction. Just as we needed to be called back here. Not all are so lucky as me to have heard the voice and know. Sometimes we are lost until we find the ground with our face. I believe in them. They brought me back from the Feywild. There's little more I can ask for that.
You, child. Are you prepared to honor our agreement? And she looks at Astrid.
The one we discussed at our first meeting? If so, then yes.
I speak to you in private.
Oh, of course. We can go to one of, if you would like more privacy in general, we can go to one of the back chambers within the temple.
Yes, lead the way.
I'll just cut through the main temple and go to one of the back chambers. I guess I would just. The others, do you want to follow? That way you're kind of close at hand.
Are you asking the group or are you asking the other?
I'm asking the group.
That's not how these conversations work.
No, I'm not
really-
like in the room.
I'm not really sure who they are, but if they're asking to talk to you privately, willing to talk to them privately, I would go talk to them privately.
Val, you're approached by a couple.
'Cause I don't know. I haven't met them yet.
Yeah, you're approached by a couple individuals who are very interested in some of your gear, and immediately kind of like are taken to you as they want to discuss maybe some of your knowledge of the Sword Coast. But Astrid, you're led inside by, I believe this is Rian.
Can you spell that?
Rian. No, this is Alaya. I'm sorry. This is Alaya.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Alaya. Astrid?
Yes.
Is going to be a sticking point within this alliance that they wear the skin of our brethren. They dress themselves and protect themselves in the desecrated carcass of our loved ones. There is much at stake, but I need you to understand. We will never truly be able to talk honorably when you masquerade in the flesh of our brethren. That in mind. Now, my understanding is you're going to go to the council next. Is that true?
Plan
Yes.
to-
Oh, Valen, you're not there.
Oh. Oh, she's in a private conversation.
We had planned to. I had planned to speak with Ramilla first, but the council was next on our list.
Mm-hmm. Understood. It is in everybody's best interest
Oh.
if you and your if you and your fellowship speak for us, as tensions can get too high for those of us that remember the past. Do you understand?
You wish for us to address the council on your behalf, yes.
Until I think we can find a common ground till we can set some things right, I do believe that you all may be able to put forth a plan in which we can all agree and find common ground.
You've spoken with the Keen in the past, right? Not well, I assume.
It is difficult to convince a man who is dead set on the future to recall the past with any degree of nuance.
Understandable. We can speak on your behalf. That's something we can do.
We don't intend to step foot in that hall anytime soon.
Is
And
there...
No, go ahead.
I was gonna ask, is there an alias you wish to stay under? Or do you wish them to know of your true nature?
No, we need to put the charades aside. We need to finally step out of the shadows to some extent. If they want our help in these coming battles, then we want our reparations.
Understandably so.
Do right by us. You can expect us to do right by you. And I thank you.
Of course. And if there's anything we can do other than what you've already asked of us while we're here or anywhere else, feel free to reach out.
We'll be in contact again.
Of course.
At that point, the remainder of the cloaked figures start to like kind of circle into the inner workings of the temple. Of in a hushed silence, they sit and they start to pray.
Have we walked out?
I think at that point you take it as I shall go.
Okay. Do I offhandedly see, I wrote down his name, but I will not be able to find it in time. The dragon that took out the black dragon?
Yes, you
On
do
the
see
ship?
those. Yep, you do see those two that had been like driven back towards you.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I would, if possible, I'd like to catch one of them or catch them and thank them again.
Sister, you thank us when we can all finally come to an agreement. I was told protecting your life would lead to much greater things. continue to believe that's true.
I will treasure your confidence in our abilities.
He sits down in his place amongst the circle in the inner chambers of the of Tyr.
I'll say a quick prayer and then towards the back, like I'll walk towards the back, stop, say a quick prayer, and then exit.
Val, you are kind of unknowingly excited about the conversation you had with a couple of these hooded figures. Like you can't really place it, but
Okay.
like everything about it like kind of titillated you and excited you. Even though you're a little bit confounded, like you don't necessarily know that these are
Gotcha. So I still don't know who these people are. They're just
yeah.
Where am I?
I mean,
Where all this
I'm not
happening?
doing it.
Everybody was left still kind of outside of the temple. Like the temple stands, and then as you like kind of enter it, there's all these kind of like winding chambers and walkways and stuff, and they were led inside. So most everybody's outside.
Okay. So there wasn't anyone there wasn't Iliad or anyone I could see that I could talk to before.
No, she had asked immediately. She had asked for Astrid to go into the inner chambers to have that conversation.
Okay. I guess I'll wait for. Did Val go in too? Is that what happened, or?
Nope,
I
Val
was
was
left
kind of like
outside.
distracted
Oh,
by
okay.
like some people outside as they.
Val is clueless and has no idea what's going on.
All right. I guess we'll wait for Astrid to.
Val, roll a perception.
Do you want disadvantage?
I would like it at advantage.
So disadvantage.
Roll both. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh wee! All right.
Ooh.
You
Oh.
are like giddy. And the talk of metallic dragons previous year, like you understand almost immediately that like there's a kinship between these ones that came up and talked to you. And even though they were trying to play like this kind of we're these adventurers, we're followers of Tyr, we're new to this coast, you poke and prod and you understand that this is for you the first encounter of a truly like unique kind.
So this is a question that Val doesn't have, but David does, based
Okay.
on the conversations that have just happened. Is there any animosity from them towards the gear that I am? Because you said that they were interested in my gear, but if they're
No, I said they were interested in Valen's gear.
Valen's gear, sorry.
You had your dragon mask
these.
masked. Correct? You had the dragon mask masked.
So it doesn't give off a magical essence, and I'm not wearing it. It's on my side.
Right.
If they
Yep.
saw that, sure, but like I'm still wearing black dragon armor, which is part of the issue that is my understanding. Like
I thought
I'm wearing
Valen was wearing the dragon armor.
Me and David.
He is wearing
I'm the chest piece I'm wearing.
Is a
he's wearing
dragon
a
guard.
breastplate. He's wearing a breastplate that is magically enchanted to help him ward off dragon attacks. Alex and I are wearing armor made from skins of dragons.
Yeah.
Chromatic dragons.
Chromatic dragons.
Sorry. That's my bad. Yes, they were irritated by that.
Okay. So
You
that
have-
plays into like what kind of conversation would have happened, and so that's
yeah, that's my bad, dude. Because I had tried it because I knew Valen had it, so I spaced that you guys did too. And that your mask was masked.
Yeah, but I mean they're chromatic dragons, which I would assume they're fighting. They don't like.
It's probably a little bit more complicated
I
than that.
get Val. Can I get a
Yeah.
perception?
They would eat
Same-
us if they could.
Same perception or something else?
Wait, what did I ask you to roll?
You asked
It's a
me perception
perception?
before, and I don't know if you need me to roll twice in a row because
Okay, so with this, one, you're talking to two younger individuals of this crowd, but
Okay.
offset along the stone, you see one individual who looks at you like with these scowls, clearly unimpressed and maybe even a little irritated with you.
Okay. I'm not gonna push any conversation for now until because I'm currently trying to like play apart what David wants and what Val would do in this moment, and I do not want to overstep. So until anything is expressly told to Val is just going to assume that these, while he might have an inkling of something, they're just people that Astrid knows well enough to trust. And he's not going to assume anything in terms of like, if I'm not going to make any assumptions of these are dragons of any kind. So I'm not going to push the conversation more than the two came up to talk to me, and I clock that people are scowling at me, so I'm gonna back off and try to not cause any ill will more so than I already have. So I'm just gonna try and like retreat back and stay out of trouble.
Okay. What are we doing, people?
Is
I'm-
Astrid returned?
I was about to say I've probably walked
Nice.
out by now.
Okay.
Bamu was simply enjoying kind of the feeling, and much like the others, he was already kind of just praying, not for any particular purpose, but just feeling validated about his entire life due to 30 seconds. It's kind of a nice feeling.
I like that.
I'll find the rest of the group.
When we see Astrid come out, I'll ask, how did the latest talk with our newly discovered friends go?
No, I'm fine. They've asked. Elia has asked us to speak on the behalf of the metallic dragons to the council. They want to help.
Are we out in the open where other people could hear us, or are we just sort of like off on the side?
You're off on the
we're in
side.
the
So
yeah.
the temple tier isn't big, but it's on a cliff edge that is kind of remote. Like you definitely could see it from the dock. But like earlier, you guys had sat on a bench, overlooking the coast, and so there are a few passerbyers because here the Temple of Tyr is not exactly like a hot spot. There are some people that pass by, but it's not very crowded.
Okay.
Well, at the mention of that, Val's gonna chime in and say, because I'm assuming we're all grouped. Is this the group of metallic dragons? I'm confused. You met Elia just now?
Correct. So, the metallic dragons, in a way to blend in and not assimilate, but be part of the Sword Coast, have taken on the guise as humans.
and this is what they primarily are in form of regularly.
And they're asking you to speak on their behalf. Count.
Us, but yes.
Okay.
They want us to make it clear that they would like to help us, but we need them to find a common ground, make right some wrongs that have happened in the past in order for them to feel comfortable with dealing with the council.
Did we, when you're speaking with her, did you? Obviously, this is our next step, but did you also hear anything about the dwarf also here in WatersDeep? I don't think I can say it without putting the S in it somewhere. It just it sneaks in. I can't.
No, that's all good. I just
WatersDeep.
He did not mention it explicitly, but I'm assuming that is most likely part of the reparations that they are requesting.
I think there were two. I mean, there were two separate requests before, but okay. Let's focus on one task at hand. So let's do the first one first, and the what you were just asked to, and then Ramilla, then the council, I guess, if that still works.
Yes.
People do not know dragons take human forms. Says Vemo, literally like 5 minutes late to the party.
Well, how many
It's
other
not commonly known.
How many dragons can do this?
Apparently.
Is this exclusive to metallics?
No.
no.
We haven't met one of the chromatic ones that can do it.
That you are
know
aware
of.
of. He kind of looks at Attrick.
You
Out of head.
100%
Get out of my
do
head.
know. You 100% do know of one that did this.
Oh yeah, you're right. We did. Never mind.
Yes, we do.
I was trying to play like
Nande.
yeah.
Don't worry, it's been 7 years.
Pretty much.
We all took a trip to the Wild. Yeah.
Yes, dragons. I like.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Ignore
Dragon shapeshifting is a very common ability of theirs, but
what is it?
I still can't believe that the metallics have shown up.
They've apparently been hiding in plain sight for a while.
Oh,
That is why praying to them is important. Calling them back home. So their souls can find the way.
Are you praying to the metallic dragons, or are you praying to Bahamut?
I
The dragons are not gods. They
kind of looks at Val on that one.
The dragons seek. Some dragons seek godhood. Dragons themselves are beasts of magic.
Yeah, and if
I
dragons
would not call them beasts any more than you would call humans beasts.
Oh, I call humans beasts. I've seen what they've done.
And to be fair, like
beings of magic.
This I will agree with.
Dragons being gods implies that you shouldn't be able to kill them, and despite the difficulty, they've been hunted for. They've been hunted. They've been slain. I mean, it makes most dragons are wouldn't consider gods.
No. There are dragons who are deities and dragons who are not. This I agree with. However,
anyways, semantics at this point, right?
Semantics may be very important at times. I pray to Bahamut, but he is the lord of the metallic pantheon, if you will. So by empowering him, we empower the others. Just like those who pray to Tiamat and do her bidding and show her greed, empower any of the Dark Ones. That is
Can
why we must be
I
grateful.
can I offer thoughts before actually end of the council?
Mm-hmm.
We've been through a lot, all of us, and with this discussion we're about to carry out with the king and the rest of the council, especially now, we are definitely acting on behalf of the metallic dragons. I think it is safe to say whatever the demand we are requesting the kings to, whatever restitution that the metallic dragon desire him to make, just be mindful that the council might not be aligned with us. Well, actually, there is a very high possibility that they won't listen to anything that we have to say. Should we standing at a post against the king? Because it's pretty clear that we're definitely going to question him, and we're gonna expose whatever happened between Nerovane.
Did we take the
So I
letters?
just want everybody.
Did we take the Nervane's journal?
That will
We definitely read
be.
it.
It's in the when we were in the tomb, right?
Yeah. I just don't remember if we did we take it.
It's not in my inventory though.
I don't believe you guys took it.
Yeah. No, I think Nerovane took it, right?
No, he went through a portal. He wasn't there. We were in his study.
This is where choices are made. It is easy for me to say this, as my choice was made years ago. But the more you know, the more choice will be forced upon you. You are chosen in many ways. What you choose to do will define your next steps. What faith you have will influence the world and make nations quail. You have found a mask of the Black Dragons, who are powerful enough to wear their skin as armor. Think of that and the repercussions of your words and actions. That is what the brethren are trying to tell you by showing their faces and showing you who they are. You've caught their attention. You have the power to change things. These are times of choice. That much I can say as a follower of Bahamut. When we arise, when we are seen, it means change can come. You will need to make choices. Hard ones. Firm ones. Be mountains. And he starts putting his prayer beads back on his wrist. Kind of like I'm doing.
Prayer beads.
All right.
I think calling out the king in front of the council is probably not going to work in our favor. I think we reveal what we know
or not what we know, reveal the task given to us by them, see how the council reacts, and go from there.
I think that makes sense. And if
Where you guys going next? You going to the castle?
Vanilla.
Going to the safe house.
Gonna go speak
Okay.
to Ramilla.
You guys travel through the very crowded streets of Waterdeep, and you leave the Sea Ward into more of the center of Waterdeep. You follow Astrid as she winds her way from the main fairways into these alleys and through a almost hidden door. It looked more like maybe like a utility closet or something that's in between kind of several housing units, and you slip through these door and then you're entered. You see the stairway that kind of leads down below where you find an open chamber, bedding. You see two figures, one small, another female figure who's stands next to her. And the female figure looks at the smaller figure and says, "Thank you. Seems as though you done your job. Now return, but don't take a direct route. You need to be like the shadows. Continue to work on your trade." She gives a smile to this young dock worker as it runs past you, up the stairwells, and through that same doorway. M&A, it's good to see you again. Seems as though you brought maybe a new companion. Hello?
Yes.
She puts her hand out to this Goliath. I'm Ramilla.
Giant hand comes down. Scale bearer.
Nice to meet you.
He doesn't try to, do strength 20 grip. Just to be very clear.
It is, it's good to see you. I have traveled down from the highlands to help us on our, conflict against the cultists.
Not even the Pure Lands are spared from their touch.
Mhm.
And they flee to these strange air places. Very hard to catch. They're very small.
Water trickles downhill, does it not?
Unless it is
Wow.
frozen.
We're happy to have you.
Blessings be.
She turns to her two favorite companions. Smile. Astrid, good to see you.
Astrid will do just a very quick bow. Good to see you as well.
You continue to be as formal as can be. I was hoping that we were past those, but there's always something to decorum, right? On the other hand, this individual, and she kind of smirks and looks at the hairs on your chin. You're gonna finally be able to blend in with some of the dock workers.
He just grunts in agreement and like nods.
good to see you all back here.
Good to be back.
Liam, good to see you too.
Glad we can all make it home. See you. With everybody intact.
Well, from what I heard, you made it home. Is this correct?
Yeah. We travel through Mythtrainer. It's been a while.
I'm sorry for what you had to see there. Couldn't have been easy.
It's fine. Nothing that wasn't expected. Honestly, it was uneventful.
So, if there are no talks of murders and no talks of acquisitions, what can I expect this conversation to be about?
We found the hub. Where all the portals come together.
How many?
2, 3,
9?
7? 8, 9? 9.
But not all of them are active anymore. Some of them were destroyed.
How many?
One was destroyed, one was not active. There was the place we didn't know that had the trees.
There's 10.
10? Okay, 10.
But if you count the one that's destroyed and all the ones that are still standing, we're still right with 9.
That would technically be 8, because there's one that's deactivated and one that's destroyed.
It's
But it's
destroyed, one's
still-
deactivated. And the one that was destroyed was the one that was active until Neravane took it out. So it would
How many places were there actually?
10.
So then
It was originally 10.
there was originally 10. There are 9 standing. There are 8 active. Are we all in
Correct.
agreement on all of that?
All except for the fact that Astrid and I saw a different one of those get destroyed and yet was somehow rebuilt, came through there last and act. Or it's the deactivated one, but it was rubble before, and now it is no longer rubble.
They rebuilt it.
They can rebuild these things?
Yes,
Oh, great.
that's why that's why I'm giving the information of there are this many of them.
But it was closed from the other
Yes.
end by the Harpers. Or whoever
the
Ramilla called in.
The people who had access to this most was the Cult of the Dragon,
I
which is
think
why
the
we were attempting
cultists were
to
using it basically as a way to quickly transfer troops and goods.
It explains some of the mysteries about how the cultists have been able to travel the Sword Coast so quickly. How they're able to move from the frozen north
There's one more
Oh,
detail about them, though, that we've not kept into our equation, is that not only are they going and using these portals to travel the Sword Coast, there are also portals that go to different planes.
planes you speak of.
Feywilds
the-
and Nine Hells for sure.
Other planes of existence.
No. They're the idea sorry, but the idea that the cultists are now traveling amongst the Nine Hells, the Feywild, that means the Sword Coast is in unbelievable danger.
Which is why we need strong allies.
Which brings us to our next development.
Oh, strong allies. We have every major power along the Sword Coast here on the council.
What if someone on the council
Do we not?
we need? What if
How
someone
much
on the
do you know-
council? Sorry, go ahead.
No, continue.
What if someone on the council we need to do something they don't want to do? Something that's not in their best interest, but it's in the best interest of everyone else. What do you think the chances of that happening
That is the politics of the Sword Coast. That is an everyday occurrence. Do I want to remain in the shadows, whispering in the ears of the council to relay their best interests? No. Do I want to put at risk the lives of so many of our agents in order to gather this information? Hardly no. We are not unaccustomed to difficult decisions. What is it that you're getting at?
What happens when someone on the council is putting the rest of the group, or possibly the whole Sword Coast, at risk?
This is not the time to beat around the bush. We're in the midst of a cataclysmic event.
We believe we found 2 different damning sources against the king.
Against the king.
Bahamut spoke and said that his power with those who have great faith. It is considering what we have found that he has blasphemed against the metallic dragons. There is some logic that perhaps the cultist gave him power at one point, or he needed power from them. Do not know noble reasons
Let me
here.
stop you there. The metallic dragons came to King Meldrak. He did not seek them out. There is no empire in the world that has not there's no emperor in existence, no king, no bishop, no man of his house who has not been given that power by those that believe that their best interests are not being held by that individual. The king has no power without the belief of the Sword Coast. You all understand that, right? The politics of this world, that there is no one individual. Hell, the only reason you've been able to do what you've done is because the king and the council have believed in you. That their belief that you all can carry on into this world and defeat the foes that have come against the Sword Coast. It is the belief that we've all held in you that has given you the power to defeat our enemies.
And we're going to keep trying to uphold that belief that you placed in us.
The,
But and that's why we come to you first, because we trust you, and we really
Agreed.
want to.
if we
Not-
didn't hold a belief in you, would we have given you an airship to carry out the deeds that we've asked you to do? Have we given you the direction if we did not believe in you? Your power is derived by our belief in you.
So, with the talk of belief being the key here, what do you believe our purpose in hunting down narrow? All right, real quick, out of game. What was the original task for? Was it defeat the elf with the green dragon to the village to
The elves along one of the
southwest or southeast?
the woods
Yeah.
was being attacked. You guys were tasked to go in to find out who that was. There was rumors that Narrowvein had been involved, but to the
That wasn't
king, he didn't
officially-
believe.
Okay.
The king did not officially believe that Narrowvein had anything to do with it because in his own narrative, Narrowvein had long been dead. And that the name of Narrowvein had been somehow corrupted and used in order to spawn this army that was going to attack that particular forest.
All
I'm
right.
muted this entire time. Oh my god.
Sorry if we're talking over you, Emily.
Would you say, Ashley?
Oh no, was literally muted and I was trying to like explain stuff. I feel really dumb. It's fine.
Because you chimed in like with something like, I was like, "Oh shit, what's that?"
No, that was me mumbling to myself that I was an idiot because I was talking on mute. No, so I was just gonna say, to my knowledge, officially the king had asked us to go check it out, or whoever within the council had asked us to go check it out, just to kind of like clear up the rumor. But then later, unofficially, the king came and asked us to get rid of Narrowvein because the public understanding was that Narrowvein was dead, but obviously he knew something a little bit different.
Yeah, because I remember us having
Because
that
he
secret
asked
conversation
us.
with him.
Yeah.
And that's why I was asking out of game. I was like, because I merged them in my brain real quick, and I don't have the notes that far back. To say
It was
which
it was
the
a
through
bit
line.
of both worlds, right? There is somebody who's using the name Narrowvein. The belief of who that Narrowvein is influences who follows it. The prominence of that name and the continuation of that name was like a thorn in his side.
Okay. So
Like the Dread Pirate Roberts. Same idea.
Literally exactly what I was about to say.
Wow. Fucking nice pull.
All right. So back in game, I will say we were tasked by the king to kill Narrowvein, to go find him and kill him. And what is your belief as to why he would want us to do that? Your honest belief.
You're asking me. My honest belief is
As someone who knows where I come from, do you know the full
the
story of this?
idea that a usurper, that the king had a son who was still out there, defying him, working against him to end the Sword Coast and his father's reign. That's more than
But
enough.
that's what was in his journal.
I'm sorry. What?
In Narrowvein's journal. Corroborated the fact that he is King Melendrock's son.
Certainly there is a history that Narrowvein did exist. There's certainly journals, there's certainly papers, I've yet, and understand this, Harpers, I've yet to see any proof that that Neurovane, who wielded the name and its power because of its belief, is the actual son of our king. But
Right, this is an out of question, David, moment. Can we say, based on what notes I have of what was in the journal, say that I have the journal, or unless we've explicitly written down X person has journal?
you have enough of the journal to have the journal, right?
Okay, yeah, that's my understanding. Like, I've written down what you would have given us the
Yeah.
day of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to give you any more information.
Okay,
Yeah.
Then at that point, does it make? I'm gonna just say that Val produces the journal, like has the journal and pulls it out of the bag of holding. And hands it to Ramilla. Well, this journal that we got from him, or from Narrowvein previous stronghold, states that he refers to King Melandrock as his poor father, and also gives us the information that the green dragon mask has already been brought to the Well of Dragons.
What is this Well of Dragons?
Clearly the place where they're trying to collect masks. Where it is or what it does, we don't have that information yet, but it's more than what we started with.
It's possibly where Narrowvein escaped to.
I will. I think there is probably more to these bits and baubles that you gave me than there is to a usurper who believes that they are the tormented son of our king. The Well of Dragons will begin to research immediately.
That's great. It's likely going to be one of our next destinations. At the minimum, it's a point of interest for us to find and engage. See if we could recover at least the green dragon mask, if not more. Our intentions are to go speak to the council and then the king after this. We'll give the council our updates, but the king on the side about
I will tell you
requests
right now that the king is very interested in talking with you all. And I might not be able to buffer between, but that conversation needs to be had. I do believe you need to go into the High Council before we send you on to the next parts of your mission. So unfortunately, what you've brought me is valid, and we understand that you guys are doing your best to filter through all of the different alliances and allegiances crafted in this world. there are still things up ahead that we do need you to look into.
Appreciate that. And if we can add one more thing to your list of things to look for, or you might already know, um, another task that was given to us while we're in the city, we're looking for a dwarf who has the remains of metallic dragons.
He has metallic dragon armor.
Okay.
Yeah. Sometime long ago, one of his forefathers slayed a metallic dragon, made armor out of it, and has been passed down through the generations.
It's quite well known. Conrad Bronival.
Like, on the council?
On the council. He's sat on the council this entire time. One of the most stoic and beloved members of the Alliance.
Of course he is.
Is this who you wish to address?
It apparently is.
Val. Astrid.
Yes.
There is some degree in which you guys must move in the shadows. You understand that, right?
Listen to this.
It has been all of our objectives to hide this meeting that we're having now, right?
Yes.
So this next step in which you confront one of the most beloved members of the High Council, I would ask you to be very careful.
What our intention is not, from my understanding, is not to come into conflict with Conrad, more to try and find a common ground so that the powerful allies that we are attempting to win over to our side and the High Council can meet on. One of the conditions that we were asked to make was to retrieve the remains of this brethren to the metallic dragon and return him to people. This is not going to be an easy task, but this is the idea of asking one person to make a change, to make a sacrifice, betterment of all, so that we may gain allies in this battle.
I don't believe you know these particular individuals that well. I'll give you this bit of advice. They're very proud, but they love to gamble.
Who is they?
Conrad.
The Bronavels.
That is some information that we can certainly use.
I advise you to use some sort of You're better off using luck than you are using common sense.
Can we draft
Who
darts real
else?
quick?
Who else do we plan on talking to on the council?
Well,
By
I
the way,
think
you will not speak to anybody in the council without going through the king first. Just so you know, he is waiting eagerly to speak with you.
I think the idea was to address the council as a whole, especially when it comes to the fact that we've been requested to be emissaries on behalf of the metallic dragons. And I think before we go and single out any of the council members, I think we should keep it relatively vague and see what the general reaction is before we really start pointing fingers and doing all of these things. I think a general overarching plan of updating them when it comes to all of the things is a more strategic plan of action.
We'll
Like
be
that
waiting for
plan.
you. What are you guys gonna do?
I think it makes sense to follow that idea. We address the council as a whole, gauge what their interest is in an allegiance with this group of metallic dragons, let them know that we have
All right, so you guys are headed back towards the
Hold on.
castle.
Sorry, Femel has actually a comment. Did she not say we have to go see King first? He wait, and King is important to you, yes?
Yeah, we're not going to be able to address the council before we have a private audience with the king.
I think we just go
If
to
she
the
is
castle
right.
regardless, and whichever room they take us into first to talk to whoever first, it happens in that order.
If she is right, and it is the faith of those who are on council that he has, again, it fits words. I make assumption because I do not like nobility. We do not have these things. It is very strange to have a king due to king.
Okay.
But if they are to gamble, why not make them gamble on us?
I think the idea is to make them gamble away the armor.
Again, we cannot control what they do, but we can control what we do. So we make them gamble on us. Either a contest of wills, skill, or otherwise. If they are vain or proud, as she said. We just survived the Feywilds. Clearly those on council want power. Yes, this is true here.
Absolutely.
Here, power is items, are things, prestige. You have airship. She speak of this as if this is rare. Airship's rare, yes?
Expensive more than rare, but yeah.
But it is sign of power.
Sure.
One that is not explicitly our own, as they stated. They bestowed it upon us.
If we are to make them gamble, things that they would wish. Are there those on council who do not like you? Can we use that?
I don't think. don't think we've. I think Conrad's actually one of the ones that liked us. He liked the head thing a lot. Yeah, we don't worry about the head thing. But I don't think Conrad dislikes us per se from anything we've seen. But I think this will be difficult to figure out.
It is different here. Where I am from, this problem, you say there is problem, you hit other person. Very simple. Clearly, we cannot do this here.
That would be my preferred way of fixing things.
Yeah.
Clearly, we cannot do this here.
No.
What you guys plan?
I think we
What
start walking.
time is it?
We got like 26 minutes.
To the king, I believe, since we don't want to piss him off.
Yeah,
Just
start
really
heading-
gonna bother
You guys-
Bubble.
Just head to the castle until they take us.
Head back to
Yeah.
the castle. As you exit the very busy streets that align the center of the castle, you enter the courtyard, and immediately are kind of beset by guards who greet you cordially. M&A, if you don't mind, we've been asked to escort you to your rooms. Please follow.
Very well.
And they start headed you through the big hall and into the staircase that leads to the right that goes winding up the stairs. You see a familiar doorway that would lead into kind of that shared living room that you had between all your bedrooms, but you're led past it. Instead, you're led about 3 stories higher to a giant chamber that looks out onto a balcony above the city. They draw the curtains close as they kind of point you to seats. And as you guys kind of take your seats, a door to the side is opened, and you see a very familiar figure. And is the king of the Sword Coast. He walks in and he sits behind this giant oak desk that's carved in this very meticulous patterns. These and almost this storytelling. These figures that seem to be kind of like wrought in this battle. And he cusps his hands in front of you. It is good to see you all survived that harrowing journey. But there is certain things I think we all need to discuss. Am I correct?
Val will give a bow of his head since we're already sitting. Say, that is correct. We wanted.
How old are you two? He looks at the elven brother.
What was the question?
How old are you two?
How old are they?
228 later this year.
You?
Just a few years younger than him.
Not sure that's true anymore.
Not really.
Even in with your time in the Feywild, you're all our babies. You understand that, correct?
For our
I
kind.
understand that there's been a history from before our time.
There's, well, you've seen Meth Jenner, correct? See what remains?
Yeah.
I actually
I'm
have
not unfamiliar with the journey you took. But that was a thriving city once upon a time. Not even once upon a time for me. You understand that, right? In my lifetime, that was a mecca. It was the center of this universe. And here we are. It's dust and shadows, crumbling with a forgotten realm, a forgotten life, a forgotten existence. I'm sorry you had to see it. Sorry you had to be drawn into that perspective in which you see that your 200 and something years meant nothing. Everything crumbles to ash and dust at some point. So it begs the question, how much of a burden do I need to take to remember the past? How much a burden is laid upon my shoulders to acknowledge the sins of the Father? I asked you to go defend my elven brethren in the woods, in the misty woods, correct? To defeat the usurper who believed that he can carry on the name of my son. Imagine living all these years and I still have to hear that name. I still have to feel that pain.
I'm gonna a reception. See if he's telling the truth.
Or
the insight for that.
Balin, you get there's a general of all the times that you've met with the king. This is the most sincere he's ever been with you.
Really sincere? Oh God.
I hear whispers. That it's true that the one that terrorized the forest that put my elven kind in danger carries the name of my son. Is this what you heard? Is this true?
We heard was, or what we found was a man who held himself as Narrowvein, who worked with a green dragon, Shul, who referred to you, poor father.
$125 years young. correct?
200 and something. That's what I think.
I mean, you're 224 or 223 before this.
Understand that even amongst the elven kind, you're but babies. And you've been told fairy tales. My son is dead. He's been dead far too long. But his name carries weight because those fairy tales are told and told and told and told again. And as so long as they've been told, if they have some belief, if people take those to heart, it manifests. It manifests in the hearts of the wicked and the innocent, just alike. What happened? This one that you called Narrowvein.
Fought him as he was imprisoning elves of the Misty Forest. We fought him and drove him into a retreat through one of the portals you can find across Sword Coast. Followed him through said portal only for him to destroy one end of it, and I was cast into the astral sea for some time. Since then, we have lost his trail.
No, excuse me. Lost in the astral sea and you kept your sanity. Understand, I've been amongst stars that have fallen from the sky. You would be amongst the very few that have ever experienced this.
And count me among those ranks. I am telling you what has happened.
If I may, we can attest that he at least went through the portal and did not come out the other side. Or at least Val didn't.
We have our own reasons to find him. Continue this.
Who? We have set ourselves on a path here. In which I do not truly trust you to have the best interests of the Sword Coast in mind.
Can I get an insight check on him?
Okay?
Just see what kind of... I'm the new one here, but he seems to not be acting the same way the lady said he would. Holy crap. I'm looking for, specifically, when he says that he doesn't think that we're trying to do the best things for the Sword Coast. And what I know of the party, that statement does not seem to jive. Is it his
what he's
honor.
implying is that they look out more for themselves, and this covenant, this inner working of this group, than what he needs, which is to look out for the entire Sword Coast.
Okay. I mean, I can't actually argue with him there.
I would like to point out of character that my character literally jumped through a portal to try and finish the mission that we were given, not giving a shit about what happened to him.
I'm teasing David.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much more we could have done better.
No, I'm teasing. So
What I'll just say right now is I feel like I'm filling in time because you guys are trying to figure out what to say.
Yeah.
So I think I might be like misdirecting. So I'm gonna take a minute to let you guys figure out what you want to say.
Okay, sorry. Playing slow character, trying not to talk too much. But the Goliath, I'm assuming there is not a chair big enough for him. Like he's probably just told to sit on the floor. That's the roleplay, I assume. But he kind of just like rolls up as the king says this, and he's very clearly trying not to insult the king. Again, Goliath, going to fail at this. Sword Coast is part of this world. We fight to ensure this world does not fall to darkness. It is larger than even here, what we do. 5 hungry mouths roar up trying to eat all due to the amount of greed which this world provides. Perhaps there are statements the king does not yet know. But calling has been made. Those above have listened and brought them here. I can speak that as truth as a cleric for my God. They have heard the plea, and they return, because Sword Coast and world must be saved. I do not know, King. Your reach is not from the spine where I am from. But I was there in the Fey Wilds, where they fought to return. I was there with the portals, where they made the choice to return. I was there when they gave for everything. Perhaps tales should be told so King can know what you have done, and then he can see where your hearts lie. And he can't really shrink down, but he'll sit back.
Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to confirm, was that a call for one of party to just tell what we've done?
Yeah.
That was what his goal was, yes.
I'll give a quick synopsis, but we were able to go and help the Alden village that you sent us to.
Understand. This is unnecessary. I know what you've done, but I also know what you suspect of me. I didn't lead you into that forest to defeat my son. I led you into that forest so you could save my kin and bring to justice the individual that uses my son's name as a rallying call to defeat the Sword Coast, to undo all that I've done. Understand, personally, me, the Elven King who once ruled over Mythdraenor, who's transitioned to the Sword Coast, I'm not so powerful that I could defeat all the evils of this world. I am just a beacon of belief in me that I am going to do what's right for the people of the Sword Coast. And without that belief in me, I'm powerless. Would stand before you as nothing if I didn't have the belief of millions behind me that says that I will represent the Sword Coast and bring justice, dignity, and honor to everybody here.
If
That's what we're trying. That's what we're trying to save. Whether it be me or the next person in line, the Sword Coast needs to exist for every individual out there that just wants to live.
Because of that, we have been working to try and stop plans of the cultists that are attempting to bring back Tiamat through various means, some of which we have found literally talk about rituals of mass sacrifice. We are trying to stop these so that the people of the world, the Sword Coast, and all of existence do not perish.
Yep. You're but a finger on the hand.
And that is fine. We do not need to be the whole hand. We do not need glory or riches for doing what we try to do. We are merely trying to help, and in doing so, we are providing the information that we have been able to gather thus far.
if Your Highness, you want to continue to do the honorable thing and help all the people of the Sword Coast and continue to ensure that all of our motions align. We were given a request specifically for you. And the details, the history behind it, we weren't really given. But for us to gain allies in this fight and to ultimately, from our understanding, undo a wrong that had happened. The request was for now I can't even say the word.
Reparations.
Reparations. Thank you. Request for reparations for the metallic dragons, and they implied that you would know what would be best for that.
You've got to be shitting me. Are you seriously asking me to bend a knee for the sins of the past?
If everything we've said and everything you said so far is about the future,
Is this So you bait me into this corner. You make me use my words against me, and then you expect me to willingly bend the knee. So that what? So that we have 3 or 4 metallic dragons aid us in battle? That does nothing. That does shit. It is fucking nothing. I lose my place in this world to what? Bend the knee for some decrepit, out of touch.
So everything you just said.
Vile creatures.
Wait. Did he just call them vile creatures?
Yeah, he did. Before you can react, I'm still gonna keep going with the conversation. Everything you just said, does it mean nothing? Does your word, your honor, it means nothing?
It means everything. That's why I don't plan on just handing it over.
Does it not mean more to act for the good of the people and to do the right thing for the many, in this case for the Sword Coast, than it is for your own personal goals or personal power? Isn't that's exactly what you said?
Where's Ramilla?
Anyone else want to jump in here?
Ramilla.
I'm assuming someone's holding back of Vamul actually at this point.
I was about to say, when
I don't think any of us
when the
can.
words "vile creatures" came out, I would have just very quickly stood up and put myself between Vamul and the king,
That works. Because
because
he's like,
I'm not completely an idiot.
Well, my plan was if I can detect the king's any signs of he's lying, I was actually going to do something. But since DM's information was like he's being 100% sincere, I don't know what I can do at this moment, other than find his words.
You guys just continue to hear him to talk to Ramilla.
Wait, she's here?
He's been calling for a little bit. I've been calling for her.
I'm gonna lean over to Val.
Okay.
Can you detect magic on the king?
Can use a spell and probably tell that he has some kind of magical item on him, sure. But this isn't going to do what your identify does, if that's what you're asking.
You're right. It'll take 10 minutes for me to cast it.
You're not gonna have that time.
Yeah,
As he gets Ramilla's attention,
I'm going to assume that
this will be the last time I speak with him. Their failure will be yours.
Okay, sorry. I'm getting lost in all the people talking. Is he referring to the metallic dragons in that sentence?
No, he's returning to you guys in that sentence.
Yep.
So he's talking to Ramilla, saying this is the last time he's going to talk to us.
And he's punishing her.
And he's going to punish her. Okay. I'm trying to make sure that we stay on basis, because otherwise we are going to fuck this up so bad again.
Still hasn't even talked about what we're supposed to talk about on behalf of the metallic dragon.
We just did.
No, that did happen.
I just said it.
that's why we're fighting with him currently.
And he didn't take it well.
He immediately changed his tune. It wouldn't be Can I do an Arcana check on just to see if he looked like he's acting out of any kind of charm effect or anything like that?
Sure.
Look like he's under influence of anything.
There's no influence whatsoever. As the guards that had brought you there kind of usher you back to your room. You enter your chamber, your shared chamber, and you don't feel at all at harm or in harm's way of any way. You're just, but it's clear you've lost an ally to some extent. And that's where we're gonna go ahead and end it for tonight.
That was intense.
Ooh.
Yeah, it took a swing.
I just want to say you guys did everything amazingly. Like, I think you guys did so many awesome things. There was just a way the conversation was going to kind of lead when certain things were brought up. But you guys aren't, like, I don't want you guys to think that you guys are now ostracized from the group. He's just no longer talking to you. You still have access to the council and to the most of the resources of WatersDeep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, you just kind of
Ruffled his feathers.
ruffled the feathers. Yeah.
How to be a party within the entire council that's playing the part against the king. Because when you have all these big heads in the same group, power balance dictates there must be someone acting behind the scene against the king.
It could be the case.
We can
We don't
identify.
know, we also don't know what he did that he doesn't want to admit to, or what it's going to.
I know.
Well,
So which
you guys
means-
do know that he didn't want to talk about his son, and that this idea that this guy still is his son is still like off limits to him.
Mm-hmm.
That was a major factor of that conversation you guys had with him.
Right.
So
I mean,
I
what
would
else were we supposed
suggest-
to have done other than
I
like
would suggest our
report on
next
what we
move-
did?
I would suggest our next move is to identify if there's any party on the council that we can exploit. That
David,
Well, we have to report to the council.
I'm gonna-
the
I'm gonna
same
say
thing
it like this.
Astrid said. Sorry.
I very much needed you guys to have that conversation and for it to go that way. Like you're saying, yeah, how else were we supposed to do it? Well,
Okay.
I think it went the way it was supposed to go, which was great.
Right.
Like you guys, like it didn't go the way you wanted it to go, but it went the way it needed to go.
Okay.
Right. You
So-
No
literally
roles
like
in that. There was nothing like that. It was just that's the.
That's all and well.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure that we weren't having another situation where everybody is on the opposite
different
pages
pages.
and it's getting fucked up again without any because my understanding of this is I'm giving the information, the only information I've ever been given in this game, I'm giving back as my way to interact with the story. I've only been given this information. It is a game. I can only be given, I can only use what information I've been given. It is still a game. I've been given
Yeah.
this information. I can only give that back and use that within
Yeah.
my way to interact with the story. I am trying to interact with the story, and it feels like it is blowing up in my face again. And the issue that I have is that this feels like it goes this way far too often. And
Okay.
a lot of the most recent large discussions within the story have gone in a way that feel like you're trying to give back the information that we have, and it goes poorly for us. I wanted to make sure that I am not
Okay.
doing something incorrect, and it's still I'm trying to interact with this the only way that I can, and it's still going poorly for us.
Okay.
So your explanation
Okay.
of it saying it's not the way I wanted it to go, but this is the way it needed to go for the story, I'm good. I will take my chill pill after this because I was getting
Okay.
worked up with feeling like I was screwing it up.
Don't worry, I have some
Oh.
moonshine in the freezer.
Okay, so hey, I
It'll
don't
be
want that to
fine.
happen because I don't want that to happen. So here's part of it. What I wanted to have there is some nuances. Like the king is going to talk to you, and he's going to address things, but like he will never fully admit to all the things that you guys want him to fully admit to. So even though you guys are going to, because you brought up a line earlier in the game where you said he's going to be a politician and he's going to talk politician like.
Yeah.
I do think that was 100% correct. And like the fact, okay, so the fact that he addressed you guys directly, said, hey,
Outside
I'm
of the
going to
council.
cut them out, I'm going to go meet them, and I'm going to say, the narrative that you guys heard, I need to nip that in the bud and say that did not happen, is just as much proof that you guys have in your suspicions of everything else, right? Because why would he have done that?
He's
So
trying to do this around the council, just like we were trying to do it around the council, but for opposite reasons.
yeah,
Right, he's
Right?
being proactive.
Right.
Sure.
he's being proactive. So
No, like,
I
No, that
don't.
makes
So my job is not.
I'm
My job is not to stop these things. Other than I want to present the problem in a very real way, because like you guys are all clever. You figured it out, and then I threw enough bullshit in there. They're like, well, why are we dancing around this obvious answer? Because I'm trying not to make it obvious, I guess, right? Like, David, like you're very clever. Like, so it seems disingenuous or maybe even deceptive that I'm trying to do it that way. But like, I guess that's how anybody would try to do. They would try to lie up to the last minute, right?
Yeah.
if I can
So-
help, like,
Yeah.
Carlos, it was amazing.
Who's
It was
Carlos?
exactly what I think a king should do to hold on to his power. He's been in power for how many centuries? And this upstart group is like, hey, we know what you did last summer. You're like, fuck that shit. No, I didn't. Why would you admit to that? Because he's a politician. Believe me, if Vamul had more than Charisma 10, I would have not got at that like a wrecking ball. But
Mhm.
I'm playing a character who literally has Charisma 10 for a reason. Like, he's supposed to be a wrecking ball. He just goes forward. I love the fact that even though I think David, and again, I'm making assumptions. Like, you and I have talked about prior frustrations, and I get that. I've been there. What I felt happened this time is that we got into politics, and rather than go at this sideways, we went direct, possibly partly my fault, and that's where the king, who is like politics first, versus we as adventurers who are like, we'll stab your fucking face, kind of butt heads. And that means like next game we could start currying favor with the other council members. We did do what the dragons say. We can start digging into his past, come at it sideways. Which I don't know how often this party does it. I'm the new guy here. But I am appreciating the fact that, one, there's a lot of role play. So thank you for that. That's what I missed in my day-to-day life. And I don't feel that we're in trouble. I think that we are, just like I said as a Famul, we are making a choice. I personally love the choice we're making because I made a character who's, Metallic Dragon first. Maybe note the fisting motion, but same idea. And that's,
dragons are up to you. All right, we won't worry about what you do with them behind closed doors.
I understand why they stayed hidden for so long.
Yeah.
I left them sore. Big hands,
Lord.
But
He had to play a big
But no.
character.
just like in life. But no, like I don't have a way of saying this except for this is gonna sound like, oh well, I've done this so many times. You need to have the rising action and low, and you overcome, because if we just got handed stuff, that's boring too. Like, you gotta find that balance. We just survived the Fey Wilds. You just got a new sword. The Metallic Dragons gave us a boon in their own way. We have a lot of stuff going for us. We have this one setback, and now we can go with that and run with it, saying, okay, In this case, we might have the king isn't our friend, but why? Like, the why is still the question we haven't defined fully. Clearly, he did something. And, Viva gave me the best cryptic answer ever, which I ran with and fucked up. Because he gave me an omen, and you can fuck up omens. So, well done, Viva.
Yeah, you
And
fucked that up.
I did, but with the context, you can't really blame me. Now, you as the other NPC helped clarify that, which is, he kind of had that understanding afterwards. But I think this gives us a great place to go because we can either dig into that or whatever else we want. Like, we have a direction. Do we find out the king and his son issue? Do we go into that? Do we go into his past? Do we go to the council? We have choices that we can make as a party that will define our future. And how we go about that will matter a lot. So that's my take out of it. I think it leaves us in we're kind of like on the defensive, but we have ways to go through it. Does that make sense at all? I'm not sure if I'm being logical right now.
It's a world of shades of gray, and not everyone's all good or whatever, and that's how this ended up. It's fine. I'm good with it. As soon as you said that, that's exactly how I wanted to go. I was like, phew. So I'm happy.
I
think we all covered all the points we wanted.
It is very hard to make a nuanced story in which when there's so many smart people. It's very difficult.
Again, don't try and take what I've been trying to say as me saying I expect things to be hunky-dory all the time. I explicitly do not expect that. That is not what I was trying to say.
No.
I'm trying to make sure.
You're like, why does this not fit this narrative? Or like the way you're tracking something, you're like, this doesn't make sense. And
he lied.
Yeah, I guess in Val's mind, he was just reporting on the mission.
Yeah, like Val literally said, these are the facts that happened. I am not trying to embellish anything. And the king was like, fuck you and everything you're saying. Now I'm mad. And I was like, I just did what you tried to ask me to do.
What? Okay. So
Retrospectively, I guess that was a defense mechanism.
Yeah, but that's also really telling about where he came from.
Here's where I'm coming from as the king is.
Don't give
there is like danger to be told that his son is part of this like basic, conflict that they're having.
If his son is still actually alive and is a part of the cult and is part of this actual narrative,
it's like it is damaging to him that this continued narrative exists in the world, that his son is alive and people continue. So he sent you guys out there, and then you guys come back with the same bullshit that everybody keeps telling him. Then it's infuriating, right? Because he's like, no, I ended that shit, and I've ended that shit hundreds of years ago. So there's some kind of infuriation because like his enemies, of course, want to use that against him, right? His son's still out there. I don't know, I guess even his power in the Sword Coast is weakened by the idea that this thing still exists despite him believing that it's ended. So I needed to do a better job of saying, hey, you bring this up, then it's gonna be an issue. And that's on me. I should have done that because I try to do it, but I didn't do a very good job of it.
I think the only thing that would have helped with that would have just been like forcing us to make insight checks to just see like his temperament. But I think that's it.
Okay. Yeah.
Does that make sense? I think everything you like retroactively, like I'm thinking back through all the conversation, I think you played it fine without you acting and like emotionally emoting like to like a huger degree, right? Which is not something we can even do. Really,
so think that you guys are gonna have your like. It's not. I mean, we're outside of the game, right?
Yeah.
I think you guys are also going to have your opportunity to interact with Nerovane again. And so this particular moment may come up again,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
But
What I don't get is that particular perception check. How
Which
could
one?
it be the one I wrote a 19 for? How
Uh-huh.
could he be 100% sincere while telling evasive lies about the situation?
Politicians are really good at lying.
No, but but
Terry,
it doesn't make
Terry,
it
do
doesn't
me a
make
favor.
sense to me.
Terry, do me a favor. Roll on your stat block. Roll deception right now. Just roll deception roll.
See it. I want to see it.
What's the point?
You'll see. Okay. So you rolled a 6 and you got a 12. You who are not even a lying character have a +6 to your deception. Okay? So so a character who lies a lot will have a much higher deception stat in line with a lot of your other ones that are like
Not a character. He's not a player character.
they still have stats just like
They still have
characters.
stats, though.
Viva doesn't have to show you
That's another layer of the new information that doesn't.
So every character we create, even an NPC or whatever, they have some sort of stats. So he's the king of the Sword Coast. You can't imagine he's going to have the same stats as like a farmer in the fields. Correct?
I wouldn't even begin to imagine he will have that.
Oh,
Unless he's an enemy character.
Generally, you try to make stats for everybody.
Yeah, and that's how you set the difficulty of reading things when you roll.
Okay.
So if if the character lies, for example, then Viva could roll a deception check on his side, and then make you roll your insight or perception against it.
Well, yeah, but then if my perception fail, I should be notified.
Nope. Why would you be notified?
Why?
Why would I tell you?
Why would you didn't know that you failed? Why would he tell you? You, as far as you know, you believe what you believe. You shouldn't always know what the difficulty of something is in a task.
If I tell you failed, then it's also is me giving you the answer, hey, yes or no. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to give you an answer of yes or no, right or wrong. I need to give you an answer, and I give you the answer based on my own score. Like you'll talk to somebody and you'll say, hey, I'm going to do this. You roll high enough, like it doesn't matter their perception of you. Like you're just going to have that charisma, or you're going to be able to give that answer. It works the same way with NPCs. Like there's no reason why you would think they'd lie to you, but they can be an expert liar.
Yep. And it's actually more fun in most cases when, like, if it's a skill check that you need to, like, you pass, fail, and you like take damage.
But I guess I'll chuck it under whatever. Then I don't understand the mechanics of this.
Yeah, so look at everybody that works on the council. Every one of them is a professional. Like they've reached the higher echelon of beings of the Sword Coast. So they're not gonna Yeah, they're not
all
going to
the
just
last-
like fold under pressure. They're not going to just like give up their information because you ask them. They are the elite of the Sword Coast. And so they have stat blocks that accompany that.
Theoretically, so follow me on this.
Uh-huh.
Theoretically, it's basically a plot armor then.
No, if you would have rolled like a
Plot
natural
It is
20,
though. It is though. It is because it sounds to me like for the story to progress a certain way, no matter what we roll, we won't be able to see through the lies of the person we're talking to.
you don't know
That's a
Negative.
plot armor.
That's
you don't know if he's how you succeeded or failed, so you have to just assume what your interpretation of your
But
insight is.
in this case, we do know he's lying though.
We
So-
know for sure when the insights came back as true as a lie, yes, or how his impressions were. That's how we're interpreting it at that point. Unless you have a natural 20, and even then, that's not even guaranteed for a lot of things. It's only going to be whatever the DM gives you. But it's not like there is a plot that you have to move forward over, and if you want to call that plot armor, that's fine. But like overall, like if you want to like detect everybody who's lying and you just constantly roll insight checks, you can do that, but you don't know you do not always know. It's not a fixed number that you always have to match, right? It's not 10, it's not 15, it's not whatever number you can come up with, right? It's if it's someone's lying, they have to roll deception. If they're trying to convince you of something, they roll persuasion. It's the same way on the flip side of that, whether you're the player character or the NPC is interacting with you, right? And that's what Vivo's been doing, right? He has a number set, you rolled against it, you didn't reach it, he gave you the answer that you interpreted as your understanding of the situation based off your role, and that's fine. And then that's how we played it, and it worked out fine. You know, early on, we didn't know that. We all thought everything was fine, that the king was happy, and there was nothing wrong with it. As things progressed, and then there was a shift in his mood. We definitely caught him in a lie, right? And that plot armor part of it has nothing to do with a roll. That was literally catching him on a verbal lie that he obviously got caught on, and there was nothing plot armor they could do, and that progressed the story. What we do with this next time will be the telling thing. Right, Viva? Right, everybody? Like everyone?
Yeah, it's there really isn't an instance in which the game I present to you a character that isn't going to give you some kind of resistance, right? Like nothing is so malleable that you're just going to be able to walk up to it and be like, give me all these answers, right? Because you have to, in some way, get its trust or get its whatever in order to get the answers that you want. And if you were to like go wander into a city and be like, hey, I need to know where everybody goes drinking, that person is probably far more likely and easier to and more malleable than to go to a king and say, hey, I understand that there are all these fucking entwined, all these roots, all these deception, all these things. I need to know the answer to those. The king is going to be like, no.
Yeah.
That person is going to be much harder to crack. He's going to be much harder egg to crack. And there's going to be a much more difficult, like your ability to read that answer is going to be a higher, what they call a ability check than the individual who didn't want you guys to walk into the bar. Right? So it's, yeah, I mean, that's just how the game plays.
Like you can't walk up to a king and be like, persuasion roll, success nat 20, give me the kingdom, I'm king now. Like he's gonna be like, maybe I'll play this off as a joke and won't kill you because you had a nat 20, but like you don't you don't just get the thing. It doesn't always work explicitly based on the perception that you are always going to have the answer, or it's going to work based on explicitly what you expect it to be. Just like you can't always tell if somebody's lying to you in real life.
I mean, honestly, looking back on it, I think this encounter it was very interesting. It was cool. I think I'm much more happy with how this one went versus the Metallic Dragons one, because I feel like there was Metallic Dragons one. We were trying to do one thing, and the Metallic Dragons were trying to do another, and we all left unhappy. But we were able to get a second chance at it, and it worked. Like, that's great. But this one, it felt like we came in with a game plan. We were able to act on it. We weren't really sure how it was going, and then doing the game plan, asking the questions, giving them information, just seeing how we reacted, it went a certain way that we weren't expecting, but it proved. If we would have gone into it knowing that he was going to be a not good king or an evil king or something like that, we would have maybe expected this outcome more likely. But we were like, all right, we're going to go err on the side of, like, he's probably a good guy and whatever else, and he had that face to begin with. But then as things went on, he kind of like showed actually he's, a little bit two-faced. Sorry, I'm looking at chat still. But yeah, I think it went well, and I think this sets up for more interesting interactions with other NPCs within the council and wherever else, because of like the social political aspect of it all.
We're now into social combat. Like, you've moved from physical combat to social combat.
Exactly.
In a sense. Which I understand where Terry's coming from. From a very, if I do A succeeds. It's a little more fluid in this. But it's also 1:30 my time. I don't think I have enough energy to try to help. But
Yeah, we're done for the night.
I just want to say thank you. I had a great time. I look forward to the group making choices, because apparently that's going to be my big speech, is make choices, and it happens, for better or for worse. I regret nothing. I'm going to go to bed.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Night.
And good night,
Good night.
everybody on chat. It was fun. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope you enjoyed the post show. Good night.